Alright, I may as well get started. 2 minutes early, but, what else am I gonna do? Just sit here watching nothing. Alrighty. So, yeah, what did I get up to yesterday? I think I was, working on game flow of, a customer coming in, ordering food, the staff member then cooking the food and bringing it to the table, then the dude leaving, so... The third person comes in and tries to order food, but they're sold out. But yeah, I think that's all working as intended. And should leave. Yeah, sweet. Obviously, no animations and stuff. Don't care about that for now. Let's get that done at the end. But for now, we're just working on getting kind of the core functionality in. So I think today I want to work on actually, because at the moment, if I open up the code for this, I made this extremely gross thing in one of these scripts yesterday. Wonder if it's the cafe manager script. Yeah, yuck, look at this. So there's made this temp method yesterday just to add data into the game just so I can test that flow. But I don't want to avoid where I can using temporary methods. So I'm gonna work on this panel. Probably this panel I might even be able to do the shop panel as well. Just then that's then covering the functionality for all of that stuff in the temp. So yeah, let's get started on this bad boy. So I go into scripts. Where do I want to sort this? Maybe we have like a folder that has to do with UI. And then a folder, because you have UI manager. Yeah, it can probably just be in a single folder. So we can call this, don't, said I'd be a single folder, come on. Alrighty, okay, script, call this recipe panel. Alright, so I've been, I was looking into a plugin. I was only looking into it just before stream, but yeah, there's a plugin that you can get that will change what monitor you're looking at based on where your cursor position is. So it's rather than me having to because obviously the things that we care about for the stream is Unity, and then obviously what I'm writing in code. For me, it's I have 3 monitors, right? So for me to be only using one monitor and having to minimize is annoying. So I think there's a plugin that if I move my cursor over to the left-hand monitor, it'll switch the broadcast over to that monitor. So I'm gonna look at that after stream today to try and set that up. That'd be cool. Anyway, so let's. I mean, I could probably half this. Yeah, Unity's not gonna like doing that, but that's fine. Just because we're writing variables and I can keep I can get what most of the variables are going to be here. So let's sort this into sections and go recipe, help if I can spell, list variables are going to be here. Recipe information is going to be here. Which is fine. I think that's actually all we're going to need is just those 2 sections, because that covers this list and it covers that right side of the panel. Okay, so the recipe list side, we're going to have make these all private variables. So serialized field, private transform. We'll call this list transform. We're going, not that I've made the script yet, but we which means I should probably create it now. And now I'm kind of half thinking I should have... Oh, but it's going to be the prefabs thing. How do I want to have these files set up? Yeah, I think I might actually separate them out. Recipe panel, so it's going to dislike that I moved that script just then. Yeah. It's I've been having this bug lately, where if I try to move it into a panel, it just duplicates it. But anyway, delete this one. Probably get closed down in here, but that's fine. Open it back up here. Already lost things because I didn't click save, so that's really cool. Love that for me. So these are going to be part of... I mean, I probably called it what I want to call it on here. List parent, scroll view, viewport, content, recipe item. So we'll call it recipe item. Alright. So now... once it loads, cool. We can come back into here, so... definitely made one too many to send. Yeah, cool. Recipe info. So what do we have here a second ago? It was a serialized field, private, transform, m underscore list transform. Oh, goodbye prefabs. We're also going to have a, now that we've made it, a serialized list, private recipe item, m underscore item prefab. So that's going to be able to handle initializing them under the transform. I mean, honestly, in terms of variables we need, that's kind of it. Hey, Raise Me, how's it going? Fucking good. I mean, it's late for you, right? So like, good afternoon, good evening, whatever it is. I was about to say good morning, but it's probably only morning for me. Yo, sup, study? Yeah, man. It's like, yeah, it's like 5. Yeah, it's not bad. You know, I woke up like, what, an hour ago? Wake up, make a coffee, jump onto streaming. Probably not too bad of a life for me. Okay, so we're also going to need that text object that we have for selected recipes. Call it I could never shred at 8 AM. Unironically, it's probably it's technically like late for me. When I was working at Half Brick, I was telling Stubby yesterday, I was working with an American on my team, and because of that, I moved my hours earlier in my day so I could have better overlap with him. So I think my days were typically 6:30 AM until 3 PM was the day that I worked. So I would be up at like 6 in the morning. So, you know, realistically now I'm waking up later. So it's like starting at 8. So it's like I would normally be like, what, like almost 2 hours into my day previously. So it's not too bad. Oh, Stubby, that's rough. I can't remember the last time I've woken up that early. So before I was in game development, I used to work as a electrician. So that's probably the last time I was anywhere close to those hours. Yeah, rough. Glad I don't need to do that anymore. Alright, so They always get update from the prefab, that's fine. I mean, can I move it to this side just so I can get what the other things are that we're going to be editing? Hello, please. Doc? No. There we go. Done with work at 2:30. Yeah, exactly. That's it, isn't it? That's why I didn't really mind shifting my hours earlier to work with the fella from America. It's just is it yeah, my day's gonna be done at 3 o'clock, and that means I still have an afternoon, and it's just I kind of preferred it in the end, where it's everyone else working the 9 to 5. It's when it's 5 o'clock, you can't really do anything. All shops are if you wanted to go to the shops or something like that, all shops are closed here by then, unless it's a Thursday, which is the late night day. So yeah, it's just gross. It's 5 p.m. It's you kind of just get off work, and then you're oh, you might have to go home, but obviously we all worked from home. But then it's you cook dinner, and then it's you're kind of done for the night. So on this side we need a text object again. And this one's going to be the recipe name text. Obviously need the icon. Yeah, let's do that now. We'll sort out what we want all of these. Actually, I've used comments for these, but I should actually just use the proper Unity stuff for this. What do we call this? Recipe list variables. Just because these are all going to be visible in the inspector, should probably set them out the right way. Cool. Alright, so what we're doing, we're going to get the icons. That's going to be a image, which means you have to import that. m_recipe image. Sure. What else have we got there? See all the stock items. How do I want to set those out? Are they going to be their own script that handles that? Or is it all just going to be recipe panel? I prefer it to all be in one script, so I'm not talking to multiple things. I'll skip those for now. Let's do the profit. The profit thing here. So there's 2 buttons that are just going to be their own methods. So we need that text object. m_profit text. So that covers that. Okay, so now we need to figure out how we want to do those stock items. Dock it on this side again. It's all the important stuff. Oh, it actually worked that time. Okay. Bit gross, but I'll allow it. Okay, so there's the potential for 4 stock items, but some recipes may only have 3. I've kind of got them hard set to be in those positions where I feel if there's 3, you'd probably... I mean, I can just change the whole of those to be vertical layouts, then it can chuck it into the middle. Probably the good idea. But it's not a problem I need to deal with right now. And now I'm kind of thinking, no, I don't want to put them into separate scripts. It's just too much work. But they're not even, the stock is just that thing. Technically it's an ingredient. actually have those set up as a separate script in the prototype. What to do, what to do. Nah, I'm not gonna do that again. Ingredient, item 1. Duplicate that 4 times. This will give us the ability to be able to turn the object off and on. And just so I sort them into the categories, you probably want to have each one's variables stored by the same game object as well. So you can already see there's a lot of variables that are going to be in this script. Ingredient text 1, text 2, ingredient, yeah, actually, I don't like the name of that. I think it should be ingredient 1 text. Okay, sort them into their spots. I'd actually put like an artificial spacing between everything just so I can see a bit better. Okay, so we've got the name, and now we do need the stock number. Underscore stock 1 text. So I think that's everything. I guess we need the buttons referenced as well. Let's do that before we do the stock items. Just need the game object for that, and underscore add button, and then have a remove button. Okay, I think that covers everything on this. Yeah, I think it does. Okay, so can make that full screen now once it's done loading. Cool. And then make this fella full screen. Now we can actually just start initializing all this stuff. So the screen's going to be off by default, so it means we can actually use on enable to do our triggering for all of this. And we can just have maybe an init function. Whoa, hello. This gets called in here. Private void load list. Maybe a load panel as well. Can't hurt for now. Okay, so when we're loading the list, do we want to store the list or do you just want to access it from recipes. Actually, where do we even have all of that stored? Is it in here? Yeah. So we're storing a recipe ID. That's how we're getting it here. Are you able to loop through a dictionary? Like, I like the fact that I'm using all these dictionaries everywhere, but this is like the thing that we want to reference. Let me do a little quick Google of that. You can use the key value pair structure. Let's check a couple of these. Only if you need to iterate over the collection of keys. I mean, let's just test it. So if I put, where are we? Recipe panel, load list. I already know. We'll do it anyway. So apparently you can use a for each loop. For each var item in values. Apparently you can do this, and that's gonna, where's the recipe list? That's gonna get all of, like, loop through all of the recipe configs that are in there, potentially. We'll find out. Just to test that that's working, we can actually do debug.log item dot recipe name. So instead of calling this on enable for now, let's call it on start. Just so we can test. So if this for each loop is working correctly, it should say test recipe 1, test recipe 2, which I think of what I've got loaded. Well, didn't say anything. Oh, it's because I actually haven't added the recipe recipe panel to this. That would make a lot of sense. It didn't like that. No, objects reference not set to an instance of an object. Load list at panel 54. I mean, the recipe list should be set up straight away, right? That's going to be... Huh! Well, that's silly of me. I've never called setup dictionary. That seems absolutely dumb of me. might work now. Test recipe 2. There you go, the for each loop works. That's awesome. So you can go back into here, I can make this go back into here, remove that. So this at the moment is going to fill with every recipe, but there is the potential to have locked recipes, and we probably don't want those to be visible straight away. So that means the recipe config itself is going to need... Oh, I already had it. Damn, I was already on top of it. This is what we'll go. Recipe item equals instantiate item under u. Got double item. So let's just call it recipe item then. Recipe. Cool. And this is where we'll want to call void setup item, which is going to take in a recipe config. Don't need to set that up straight away, but sweet. C#. Max Solus. Yes, I'm using Unity, and Unity's default is C++. Oh, sorry, C#, man. Now you got me thinking about C++. I think you can technically change it to C++, but yeah, the default C#, and I've been using Unity with C# for, damn, 5 years. Done like a very small amount of coding in C++, but yeah, definitely not super efficient at using it. Okay, so we've set up the item. So something we need to do every time we load the list, which means let's have a list in here. Okay, so we need to create a data source for these, I think, to save these variables and initialize them properly on reload. I don't know, let's just have next to the list. think this won't break the list. If we just go destroy item game object, because technically the list items still exist, it just doesn't have a game object, so we'll just say missing. We'll find out. Crashes the entire of Unity instead. Yeah, pretty much. Oh man. It's funny you say that. That did happen a lot when I was at my previous job. Like sometimes when we were doing like prototypes and stuff like that, it would be like a wayward while loop that wasn't wasn't set up properly or something. You're like, oh, let's test this out, and then yeah, the whole thing just freezes, crashes. You're like, that's not it. Alrighty, so we're pulling everything from here, but so I think the issue that I'm trying to tackle at the moment, so is just these selected ticks, and if they are selected, so at the moment, like every time you reopen this panel, it's going to clear this list that's on the left and then reinstantiate them, but obviously, if they've selected one of these and added them to their selected recipes previously, we need to be able to save that. What data source did I have set up previously? So this is how I have the ingredient data, which I'll pull for setting up the panel. Let's try it. Public static. Probably just need a bool, maybe, to save whether it's selected or not. Yeah, we can try it. And we'll call this one, save it to that. Have you made any other games? I have. So in terms of like individual dev, I made a game called The Two of Us on Steam. I really should create like a chat command so I could just like post that in chat and it sends a link to it. But I'll just chuck it on here for a second. So this is a game I made as a university project. I'm in the data here, right? So end of 2021, I put this out. Recent reviews is mixed now. It's a bit sad, but overall very positive. Yeah, made this a few years ago now. I think it's had 1 million downloads now. Free game, obviously. But yeah, this is the only game I've shipped myself onto Steam. I've been working at a game studio for the past 2.5 years, working on Fruit Ninja Classic for the past 2.5 years. But yeah, now I'm going back to indie dev, and this will be my next game, is the one that I'm working on now, Cafe Haven. So I think in this guy, you can have a bool selected. This when we're instantiating the list. It's probably a bit gross to do it like this, but I'll do it anyway. Selected recipe data. Item. What about you, Max? Are you assuming just because you're in the category, whether you're just interested in game dev or whether you're a dev yourself and you've made any games? SFML. Let me just Google that abbreviation real quick. Simple and fast multimedia library, if that's what it is. But damn, if you're writing it from scratch in C++, Godspeed to you. You are a better dev than me. Graphics for C++. Yeah, sick. Nah, that's cool. I really like in awe of people that can kind of easier than OpenGL. Yeah, like I'm in awe of people that can kind of write things from scratch. I think it's super talented people that can do it. I can remember at university, not that it was even creating stuff from scratch, but like I had one programming subject that was basically trying to write your own physics, and man, I hated it. I think the annoying thing was, it's like we were still using Unity, but we weren't allowed to use Unity physics, but we had to write our own, and I'm just like, oh man, what's the point? It's already there for us. What sort of game are you making though? What sort of genre are you aiming for? I think this is actually platformer. Yeah, nice, good start. As you can see, platformer was my first game as well. I reckon platformers are just like a great genre because super simple concept, like really easy to start on, but it's a game that can have like so much depth to it that like you can make like just a really simple game. Like Stubby yesterday was talking about the new Pico Park that came out, and it's just like that is a super simple platformer co-op sort of game. But like it just works really well. But then you have other games like what are like I guess you can still call them platformers, but you got like Celeste, Hollow Knight, those sort of things, and they're games like great games again, but have so much more depth to it. And it's just the spectrum of platform is just good. It's so good. I think this is actually all we need for this thing, because now we're feeding in whether it's selected or not, and then the other thing's going to handle itself. Oh, I guess we actually do need to store the selected recipes thing, which I don't think we actually did. So that's on the recipe list variables. Oh no, I did selected recipes text. Okay, so that's okay then. I might actually do something, because I'm trying to avoid having like lots of instanced Scripts. So I think something I could actually do to remove that is actually store the recipe panel in each of these. Recipe panel, and we can just feed that in through here when we instantiate this. We get the bulb, and we also get a reference to the recipe panel. Ah, wait, that needs to be in the other script. This guy. And here we can just say this. So now we can call stuff that is in here easily. So let's have a public bool method called add recipe. This needs a recipe config. Just so we get rid of the squiggle for now, just say return false. You making a 2D platformer, Max? I'm probably assuming. Or a 3D platformer, because that'd be crazy. Yeah, sweet. Alright. So what am I trying to achieve in this method? Kind of gonna use this recipe data source thing as much as we can. Oh, hello. I don't even know if this is how I want to do this. Initialize it at 0. What's your favorite genre to play? I mean, probably RPG is the easiest answer, right? It's the games that I play the most. But I can kind of play mostly anything and be happy with it. But RPG is the one that's easiest to say because I guess it's the games that I'd probably have the most hours on. It's I don't know. I feel like it's like a taboo thing to say, but I was mentioning yesterday. So it's like I'm still pretty big into World of Warcraft, so that takes up a lot of my gaming time. What about you? What's your favorite genre to play? Where do we want to store this? Sorry, message stuff. No, okay. We don't need that. First-person shooters? Yeah, nice. I used to be pretty big into first-person shooters. I'm assuming, I don't know, the biggest first-person shooters was always Call of Duty. I played that a lot in high school, and I always dabble in it. Like when a new Call of Duty comes out, I'll probably play that a little bit. Used to play a lot of Counter-Strike. That's probably like 2018. Like in the space of 2 years, I think I pumped like 3K hours into Counter-Strike, which is probably pretty degenerate, but Don't play it as much now, and my mental health is a lot better for it. Man, where do I want to save this data? I know this has to do with the cafe rating. So maybe we pull that from the cafe manager. It's actually a float score. And we'll just, for now, let's just have a get in here, get. Selected recipes count is going to be need to cast that as an int. So let's see if they're cafe rating 1. Oh no, let's just add like an extra 2. I can change this at a later date. +2. Let's put that all in brackets. Let's put a to do. Remove this magic number. Wait, I'm cooked. I was making this public because I felt like I needed to control this from in here, but I don't. The add recipe thing just only ever happens on the normal panel. Okay. I mean, still, this logic still needs to be in anyway. It can just now be a private instead. This probably needs to not be nested as well. So we need to have a current recipe. It's probably going to be in here. Let's just have non-things here. So you get private. Recipe config. Yeah, sure. We'll just say that. And we need to access that dictionary that we just made before. Selected recipe data. Feed in the config. Recipe config. So that's returning a bool. So if it's not currently selected, we want to come into this and select it. So do this. True. Which means I probably actually don't need access to the recipe panel again, right? Because if we click it, I don't know. We'll think about it later. True. Which means, do I even need this? This doesn't even need to be a bool then. Fried unit. Okay, so in here we're going to have well, this is basically just checking that we don't have too many recipes. So we're going to have a wiggle animation on the selected recipes text. Okay, we can make the polar opposite of this now. Queen fig. If it is selected, we're now unselecting it. We are decreasing the count. Kind of don't like that the order's different. OCD kicking in. Okay, I think that's good for adding and removing it. Can add that all of that functionality in for how it works later. So let's make the load panel now. So we can have a bit of functionality. So if m underscore recipe config equals null, so we're going to be setting it to the first thing in the list then. Yeah, we can make it an if else, why not? Okay. So at this point, the list is already loaded. So, and maybe I make config public. No, I don't like having public variables. Easier to hack. So let's just have a public get. Should get into the habit of doing that more often. Recipe config, and we're just going to make it equal the first thing in the list, which we are storing in recipe items dot get config. Oh, I'm actually hyped. This doesn't need to be an if else at all. We can just make it so if it is null, we just set this config, but now all the functionality is the same and it just uses recipe config because of its not already null. Yeah, let's do it for us. Cool, cool, cool. So what am I doing now? Man, this has like a million different variables that we need to initialize from this, so this will be fun. Let's comment it all out. So separate it from like more variables to the stock items. So we can just say like panel information. We want more here, panel information. Then we can go ingredient information. So in panel information, we're going to need to set the name. Dot text equals to m_recipe config dot recipe name. The image. Sprite equals icon. Ooh, is that right? Actually, do the recipe config open. I think we actually want recipe display because we might end up having something different for that. What do we got next? Profit text. Okay, we need to store information on that as well. I need to work out how I'm putting this all back into the save system. Maybe I'll do that tomorrow. Maybe every time I like make one of these panels is then straight after that I make it work with the save panel again. The save system. Profit. Let's skip profit for now. Add remove button. This is where we're going to have an if statement. So we go if recipe data source dot selected recipe data _recipe config is true. So it's already selected. We want to have the remove button dot set active true. False. Hit else. Reverse these. Okay. So that covers this. Okay, so now we do need the profit text. I mean, it's going to be the recipe data source again. Selected recipe. Let's store it under here. Dictionary. It's going to store a recipe config, and it's going to store an int. I'm going to call this recipe profit data. Yeah, okay. I think I understand what I'm trying to do. Profit text. Probably should do a check to make sure it exists. Contains key recipe config m_recipe. What am I doing? No, profit equals this needs probably a .2 string, right? Yep, cool. If it doesn't exist, we need to add it. Recipe config and make it default Yeah, the default profit can just be 1, right? That's fair enough. And then we can set, just make it 1, right? It's probably gross actually to do it like that. No, I actually think just for the sake of making it look the same, do this. It's like, yeah, we're referencing something unnecessarily, but I don't know, for me it just helps me feel a bit more sane. Okay, so that's that's the data source. That's getting that. Okay. So now we can work on the ingredient information. And maybe I don't have it as okay, I have a different way that I think I could make this. It's still gross, but I think it might make it look a bit cleaner. Actually, let's just make it an array. M underscore ingredient items. We'll see if this actually is going to be good or not. It'll make this a lot cleaner, but private tmp underscore text array, not ingredient names. Actually, it is ingredient names. And the next one is going to be stock. Ingredient stock. Probably plural. Because now we could hit a for loop. While I is less than config recipe config dot m underscore ingredients dot count. Yeah, but it needs a way to clean up the panel, so it needs to turn it off. But I mean, I can just make another one of those like cleanup methods. Yeah, okay. So now we can do m underscore ingredient items I set active true. M underscore, yeah, I actually think I like this. Ingredient names I dot text equals oh, okay. I haven't made that a string, have I? That's just an enum. Which part am I working on? So this panel. So I think I've already got it set up, but yeah, so this will autofill with recipes that you have unlocked. And then clicking on one of those recipes here will then make the recipe appear on the right, set its name, set the stock, set the amount, which I haven't actually got a variable for. But yeah, basically just setting up this panel. Yeah. Actually, I really don't like what I'm about to do, I think. Oh, I can still list it as ingredients and then just have the ingredient names. No, I think I should be like accessing this from something else. It shouldn't be stored on the config. Have it in here. What do I want to do? What do I want to do? So something that I'm like trying to consider is obviously when I make the first pass of this game, it's just going to be localized for English. But if the game does pop off or something like that and I want to localize other languages, is I need to make sure that none of the strings that I'm putting in are just like hard coded in a place that it's just easy to localize. So I have a rough idea of how localization systems working at the game studio I was at. So I'm just trying to think of what the best way for me to set up this string is going to be. I mean, I could have a lookup and it returns. Exactly, Stubby, exactly. So that's basically like what I was like saying yesterday. Like, yeah, all the prototype stuff is like, yeah, you just get in there, do it quick and dirty to get up and running. But now that I'm working on the actual game, is like I need to make sure I'm actually doing things properly and not taking shortcuts. And if I do take a shortcut, like I've probably done here, is just like put like a to-do reminder to like remove something. So I'll come back and clean it up at some point. But it's like I know how I had this implemented in the prototype, but I know that was not a good way to do it. So at the moment, so the problem I'm running into is we need to set the ingredient name, but the config itself is only getting the ingredient, but the ingredient doesn't have access to the name. Think. All right, let me just jot it down in front of me. Do I have a pen lying around somewhere? Ingredient. I think that should just be like an ingredient lookup, maybe. Yeah, right. So go back into this ingredient things. This is where we could have access to a table, so we could have like public static. Yeah, but this isn't anywhere, so if we wanted to have it in... No, okay, I don't like that either. Okay, no, I am going to refactor it, so... Recipe config is going to have a struct, because I know of a way that I could get that to work. Public struct ingredients. Why are you not happy? Did I kill you? Thank you very much for the follow, CT or Therialt. Let's go with. Type name ingredient. Did that die because of this? It did because we're making that, so let's call it like ingredient info. Could you elaborate on the plans for the recipe / ingredient mechanic? Are you going to be able to make it custom recipes, or is everything based on unlocking certain recipes and managing ingredients across all recipes? Maxolus, thank you very much for the follow. Huge. So if I open up this panel, if I had the prototype up, it probably would help. But so on each game save, it's going to generate what is the perfect recipe. So for the chicken burger, yeah, it would be so, actually, do I even have screenshots of it? I think I might. Let me see if I pull up a screenshot of what the prototype was, just so then the names aren't confusing looking. Come on. Here we go. Open in browser. Pull it across here. So in the prototype, so basically you'd be changing the quantity of these, and that's how much of that ingredient that you're going to be putting into each order of the recipe. So in this instance here is you're just putting one of each. At the end of your day, you're going to receive reviews from the customers saying like whether they liked the recipe or not. So in the prototype, I think it's 2 chicken fillet, 2 mayo, 1 cheese, 1 lettuce. I think it was what the perfect recipe was. So if you were to put this recipe out, at the end of the day, you'd be like, the reviews would be like, I feel like the chicken burger needs more chicken, or it might need a bit more mayonnaise. So then when you get the perfect recipe, you receive better like rating for your store. So the way it goes up at the moment is like it increases your follower count, and you need to be hitting like follower count goals to then get to the next cafe tier and stuff like that. So there is a perfect recipe for every recipe that's going to be different, and then it's kind of like your day-to-day thing is trying to optimize these in a way to get that perfect recipe. Once you've got the perfect recipe, you won't ever need to change it again. The only time you might change it is if you run out of stock, but if you have the perfect recipe, you'll definitely be ordering the correct amount of stock for that item. So I guess like the early game management of like ingredients is, while you don't know what the perfect recipe is, you'll probably be over purchasing, or you could be under purchasing ingredients as well. But say if you knew, it's a lot easier if I had the prototype up. I probably should just always have that open. But at the start of every week, you get an estimation of how many, well, estimation is probably going to be an exact number, but an estimation of how many customers you're going to serve for that week. So that's when you can then go like, okay, well, if I'm serving 70 customers this week, let's just guess a third of them are going to order chicken burgers. So then you can go, okay, well, I need to order X amount of chicken fillet or something like that. Yep, exactly right. You've got it, Stubby. So that appears in like, I got this panel here. Not that they've actually got words on it, but yeah, so like at the end of day 1, you get 2 food reviews. So one could say, yeah, like the burger was dry. So then you can like reference that, okay, burger was dry. So on the next day, I'll change it. So then there's a bit more mayonnaise on it. we have reference to a public string in this one. I know it's a lot easier if it's like this. So I'm going to have to do a bit of refactoring here, I think, because I think I've used that list for other functionalities. Now I'm going to have to refactor that. Let's just see what breaks. Oh, did I not name those variables correctly? I didn't. Yuck. Underscore. Alright. Let's see what broke by changing that. Ooh, everywhere. It's everywhere. It's all in the cafe manager. It's all in my temp method. Alright. I think the fix to this is literally just now grabbing the ingredient, right? That's the only thing that should be changing. Is that all the errors gone now? I'll be very happy if that's the case. Very good. So come back onto this guy. So like what I'm envisioning of like what localization would be is it'd be updating that thing to be a, if we go into the recipe configs, where are we? Here. I need to set these all up again. Damn. Okay. Chicken. Lettuce. Mayo. Cheese. Not even see if something broke, it's see what broke. Exactly right. So at the moment, like I can just hard set this right to be what the string is going to be. But if I were to localize this for other things, is I'd probably be creating a new class called like localized string or something like that, and then it's going to have like a drop down that I can get a key out of a table. It's kind of similar how I've done it in the past, but for now this is like the setup, because then it's roughly going to be doing the same thing because it does return a string. It's just we'll be able to choose the string. 9 times out of 10 we know there's something to fix. Yep, correct. I'm half expecting like after I've implemented this I've somehow broken the things I've done yesterday. It's bound to happen. Alright, so we've got the name now from this. What else did we have up here? And the stock we need. So m underscore ingredient, if I could spell would be awesome. Stocks I dot text. Equals. Okay, so where are we pulling the stock from? That comes from the stock manager, which is in the cafe manager, I think. Stock, and we need, what's the key? Is the ingredient. I think that's actually then what we get from this, because that's how we get the ingredient. M underscore ingredient dot toString. There we go. That sets up the stock. That actually ended up being, yeah, okay, so that was a lot more efficient than having all of this text and setting all of that data. Now it's just 3 lines and it just does it in a for loop. God, that's clean. We can have a cleanup thing here as well. Woo, ease up. Probably should just call it item. It's a list of game objects. We don't need to do dot game objects. Let's do that. Clean up panel. All right. So there's something that I did actually miss is this amount text. It's ingredient names, stocks, and we'll put it in here as well. Sure, it can be one of these. Ingredient amounts. M underscore ingredient amounts I dot text. And now where are we pulling this data from? This is the recipe data source. Ingredient data. No, that's not right. Recipe data. What's the key for this? Oh, this is, yeah, I've done this in a weird way, haven't I? Where's the data source? Up here. So I've got a struct that I'm referencing in here, which we need the amount. Makes it a bit trickier. I think that means we need to loop through that list for each bar. We're not using item at the moment, are we? Call in for loop, for each loop in a for loop. Very cool. And then we need to m underscore config. So this is now getting this is definitely returning a list, yeah. So if I go item, yep, nice, autocorrect, very good. Item amount, cool. Amount dot toString. I think that should be it. Don't you love game-breaking bugs that you spend 15 minutes trying to fix only to find out it was happening because, yep. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Man, the amount of times that it's, like, driven me mental is, like... And you say 15 minutes. I've spent hours on something before. Probably goes to show that maybe sometimes I, like, am out of it. But, like, yeah, I've, like, something's crashing the game. Some game-breaking bug, and I'm like looking into it. I'm like, oh, why is it doing this? I'm like replicating the bug. I'm like, okay, maybe it has something to do with this. And then I debug it, and it's just like, man, my one's like, sometimes it's like greater than equal to symbol. It's like one of like sometimes it's the opposite one of those, and it's just like that's all the fix was. It's just like changing that symbol. Game works. It's like, oh wow, I feel really good about that. Alright, copy finished. Alright, so now we've got all of that data set up. I think think it's done. Now we get to see what breaks. Who's excited? Just so we can test that this is all working, let's set up this other guy as well. Coffee, milk, sugar. Okay, so let's set up the recipe panel. What do we got? The list transform is going to be... Oh, I technically haven't set up the prefab. So there's one more thing I still need to set up, but we can at least assign all the variables in here that we need. So it all goes under the content. Prefab we haven't... We've got the prefabs there, we just haven't made them a prefab yet. Recipe count, count text. Slowly finding out there's multiple things I haven't actually updated yet. But we'll look at that in a second. So count text I don't think I've done. That's okay. Title, recipe name, content, recipe image, profits down here, profit text, button parent, add button, remove button. Couldn't find out why my physics objects weren't working properly. Only way to find out that I put the default values in the physics. Ah, yeah. I think that's the one thing with C++ that always like catches me and like don't know how it works properly, is like how you always have like there's the C++ file, but then there's also the header file for that thing. It's like the fact that it's in two places. There's always the thing that's kind of caught me up. Wow, that's really 213. It's really numbered in a great way. Names. But all of them stock. Oh, this one. There you go. Okay, stocks, and now we need the quantity. Nope, wrong one. Number. Chuck me to there. Alright. So let's make that dude a prefab. Don't have a prefabs folder yet. Oh, I do have a prefabs folder, I'm just blind. NPC. Just so we do it all properly, I may as well set up this guy first as well. I mean, I can at least assign that now, so I'll quickly do that first. Okay, so I think that's everything there. If we go back to this guy, one thing we didn't do was we didn't do the this guy selected recipes text. Did we implement you anywhere? Negatory. Underscore selected recipes text equals out of okay, that's that set up then. That's fine. Whether that's all going to work is anyone's guess. So in here, oh, let me just move him over here for a second. Open up you. Let's pull him over the side. So these are the things we need reference to in here. Private icon is going to be the image. And underscore recipe icon. Let's just call it icon because it's technically not a recipe icon. We need a string name. No, what am I doing? It's not string. It's a TMP text. And then we need this selected tick. Serialized field, private, game object. Bang. And then selected tick dot set active equals recipe data source selected recipe data config. Okay, and then we need to have a method in here that's going to activate it. So it's going to be like load recipe, let's call it. So in here, I don't know if we had a method for this. Technically, it's doing this. I don't like that I'm about to do a second version of this method. I'll have to clean that up at some point, I think. But the way I've got this set up makes it a bit iffy. So if we go public void, maybe we call it update panel. let's call it that. So this is where we're gonna want. Oh no, I think I know of a way that I can make this work. So if we do recipe config, is we can just do underscore recipe config equals config, and then we can just do load panel. That way we're not repeating stuff. I think that's good. So then we come back into this guy. So when we do load recipe, we want to go m underscore recipe panel dot update panel and feed in the config which we've saved. Man, I'm so excited to see what breaks. So excited. Icon, image, name, selected tick, button, load recipe. We haven't actually implemented the add and remove button functionality yet, but I think it's fine. I'll contest that. Just everything else is working. Wow, I think I was actually cooked. I made them private. Oh, wow, okay, Okay, I've kind of made a goof on those. I'll fix it after. Let's just test that everything else works. There's so many involved things on this panel. So we can turn you off. Do I want to make another cheat thing? Oh, yeah, right. Recipe button. I'm gonna have to make a UI manager that's gonna control this. I don't like having what I'm about to do. Oh, I've just realized the stock variables are gonna go down while it's ordering, so maybe I turn the NPCs off so it doesn't ruin all my data. Hey, yay, errors, let's go! Alright, let's have a look. Selected recipes, item this. So we haven't initialized one of the dictionaries, not surprising. Selected recipe data. Well, actually, I think all of them are initialized. Yeah, I've initialized them all, but it's just that I'm trying to do something that doesn't exist. So load list. Oh. That is a good point. I didn't think about that. So the way I was doing this something at the moment was selected recipes count, get cafe, selected recipe data. So I need to have all of the recipes added to this. So let's do that in the recipe list, maybe. Set up dictionary. And let's have a private void setup data source. So if we open up the data source, I'm just going to take a little screeny of that. Just so I can make sure we're initializing everything we need. I think the recipe data is good. We've done that. Recipe profit data. I think we're actually initializing. So it literally is just that selected recipe data. What program did you just use? It's just the default. What's it even called? If I do this. Snippet? Is that what the default default Windows one is? But it's the one where it's Windows key Shift S is like the default for it. Yeah, I used to use like ShareX or something for my screenshots, but then yeah, I literally discovered that Windows just has a built-in screenshot tool on a hotkey, so I'm like, oh, okay, just use that. It seems pretty good. Oh, so this is actually, let's to do read from save data. Selected recipe data. Add the recipe, and we need a bool. Let's just put it to false because we're initializing it. So this is where we're going to want to eventually read from our save data. So that should solve one of the problems that we just had. Okay, so if we open up the recipe, oh, we still got a problem. Woo, woo. I think it's even in the same spot. Selected recipe. Oh, no, that should be good. Okay, I'm gonna breakpoint that. I feel like I have initialized. Oh, wait, no, I know. I didn't actually call this thing. That's a classic thing that I'll do all the time. Is like I'll create some initialized method, then think like it's instantly getting called somewhere and it's not working, and then after debugging, I'm like, oh wait, I never actually called that method I just made. Brilliant. Cool. So you can see it's loaded. Obviously, I don't have any sprites in any of these things, so it's going to be loading as nothing. Okay, I've messed up the profit text. Selected recipes is correct, but we've loaded the first one. If we click on the second one, it breaks. Love that for us. And the stock is correct. I can double check that the stock works shortly, but so far so good. So let's let me like just note it down in a notepad next to me. Profit text bugged. recipe item button not loading. Cool. Alright, so let's do that now. I'll just open that in script so I can see what it's not happy about. I think I actually know what that bug, the cause of that error is. So we had a problem with the none of this stuff. Profit text. I messed up. It actually needs to be that. So that solves that. And then for the error that we were just getting, I think it's because we never actually set, yeah, the m underscore recipe panel equals panel. We never actually assigned it, so it was null. Alright, we run it back. What do you use for your version control system? Haha, yeah, you've just reminded me I need to do that. Currently nothing. You've caught me out. I'm gonna even write that down on my whiteboard. I'm gonna do that this afternoon. Set up version control. Thank you for reminding me of that. Probably. Yeah, I'm just riffing it, dude. I'm riffing it. So version control system stubby is like, I guess the one that you'd probably know because everyone knows is like GitHub, right? Like Git. But it's a way that you kind of, there's like two benefits of it. Two is like if you're working on a team, it's a lot easier that people don't like break the game. That it kind of saves like the current version. I mean, I might even have a Git project that I could kind of reference. Let's see if I'm automatically logged in or not. Okay, kind of. Yeah, so this is add a dialogue system. So I was working on some RPG at some point, but yeah, so it's like you kind of like commit it all up to a space, so then people can pull from this, and then you do yeah, exactly. That's not good. I'm actually so cooked that I didn't remember to do that, but one watching is probably just me. But yeah, so it's basically like you have a main line, and that's kind of like the current version of the game that's like stable, I guess. And then say if I wanted to update something else, I would make a push, and then after I test that, then I can put that into main, then it's available for everyone. But while it's not, it just makes sure that it's like nothing can break. And the reason, so like, yeah, if you're working on a team, best way to do it, but it's also good for me as well, that it's just like, maybe I implement some functionality that's like broken or breaks the game, is like, I still have a version of the game existing that's not broken while I'm fixing the other issues. So yeah, I'll probably use, to answer your question, Max, I'll probably use GitHub, just it's the easiest thing for me to use. I know Unity does actually have built-in version control. Like I could probably check out that as well, but I think Git's the easiest thing that I'm used to using. At my previous job, we used Perforce, P4V, if you've ever heard of that. That one was actually pretty easy, but I'm assuming because it was at a company level, it's probably expensive. Yeah, man, that's a goof on my part. After I've done all of this work, I would love to just completely brick it and just lose everything. God, I would not be in a good mood. I really love the the all caps what. Okay, so now the profit's loaded properly. If I click on this, cool, it loads the second recipe, so you can see it's updated coffee beans, milk, sugar. If I can go back, it goes back to these. Cool. So I probably want to update the add button functionality, but I am curious. So we do have this stock text, right? That's hard set to 2. if I enable the NPCs, I'm pretty sure I can make those values go down to 0. It might break something, but you know, that's the fun of it. So let's enable these and just make them order. Yeah, writing at 3000 words. Yeah, exactly right. Oh, that would upset me. This dude's doing the slide. This would be cool if I've like automatically got like the stock working straight away on here. It did. Look, 0, 0, 0, 0. That's awesome. Cool. I love it when things work. um, but I guess I'm like auto selecting those recipes. Okay, well I can kind of test one thing is adding those. They're getting selected. But I guess I'm adding them to that list, just cheating at the moment. Because I'm doing, is it on the recipe list? That's called wishful thinking, which is a dangerous thing to do. Yeah, yeah, very true. I think I'm probably, yeah, but once again, wishful thinking. I'm probably lucky in the fact that at the moment I'm not implementing anything too crazy. At the moment, I'm just doing UI stuff that shouldn't break anything. Um, but yeah, I definitely will rectify the version control issue after stream today. So I think it's the cafe manager that has selected recipes. And yeah, like, that's why we stream. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Can see where it all went wrong. um, so yeah, let's do the add functionality now. Then I can get rid of this because I'm pretty sure I just temporarily made this a public list. If I'm, yeah, which is yuck. We don't want that. So we do have an add recipe, but for some reason I was doing something silly and had this referenced in here, which we weren't even using anyway. So actually it's fine. Maybe I can just make it work straight away. That would be pretty cool. So where are these guys? Add remove. I didn't make them public, did I? No, you didn't. You clown. Hold on. Cool. Remove recipe. So I should. I can already see the way I've got test stuff set up at the moment. It's probably going to break things, but I mean we've got the NPCs turned off. We basically want them to be added to this list. So we can keep it public for now, just so we can see that it's going to be working. Here, so we want to go cafe manager instance dot. We need to create, actually, just so we don't have yuck code. We do need to have something in here that's adding the recipe, which I don't think we've set up yet. No, okay. Let's chuck it under here. Public void add recipe. Or maybe we could do select recipe. It's probably better. The wording for it. I'm gonna take in a recipe config. if m underscore selected recipes dot contains config. If it doesn't contain, we want to add it. Public void. Is it unselect or deselect? It's probably deselect, right? Deselect? That's a word. Unselect, deselect. Now I'm going crazy. And if it does contain the config, we want to remove it. Come back to allmate. M underscore cafe manager instance. Select recipe, recipe config. Deselect. Cool. Also, I double checked yesterday, Stubby, and it is only 50 followers for affiliate at the moment. I think it's 50 followers, streamed like 8 hours in the past 30 days, and average 3 viewers over the past 3 days as well. But yeah, it's all doable. I mean, we're sitting at, apparently, if my Twitch thing's loading correctly, we're sitting at, it just jumped up to 7 viewers. So I might be hitting that average, so maybe we'll be able to get an early affiliate on the channel. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? I mean, technically, if it's only stream 8 hours, I tick that box at the end of today. If I stream for 4 hours a day, I probably shouldn't apply for it straight away. I mean, I don't have the follower account, but yeah, we'll get there. We're at 9 followers. Just need to try to get everyone in the Discord. Just add everyone in the Discord. Hey, everyone, just follow me real quick. Thank you. Alright. So let's test if this is working. So I did disable those NPCs, right? Yep, cool. So if I click this, okay, we just did have an error. Bit sad about that. But can we still add the recipe? Cool. Added the first recipe. Added the second recipe. So we need, when you add it, is to update the panel again, but we can see the remove button does come up, and we can remove it. We can remove it. Cool. So let's see what this guy is not happy about. So why is he not happy? Oh, I think this is all going to be debug stuff because of the way that I'm like loading all of the data in the cafe manager. It's potentially doing weird stuff in here. I don't know, because I mean it was just working a second ago, right? So the only thing that changed was this selected recipe stuff, right? So let me just confirm that. If I put these guys back in, did it while it was live, it's annoying. And we can just find out what's referencing that selected recipes for those dictionaries. Yep, so it's working properly. And just to confirm that it then breaks without them. Okay, yeah, so it's something in the temp recipe data is breaking it. Chicken, coffee. It is getting the first thing, however, which is cool, but we can see that the first error is coming from this. Yeah, so I can already see. Loading selected recipes, which doesn't exist. Which means, I mean, it's dumb of me to even do it like that in the first place, but it is what it is. So let's reference the recipe list. I did make this instance, right? Yep, cool. Instance. Who does he have? He does have a list. Int. What am I setting up? It is based off the recipe ID. I mean, I know what the recipe IDs are. I'd made them 0 and 1, so let's just do that. M underscore recipes 0. Cool. Wait. Int key. Do you have any good programming stories? What do you classify as a good programming story? Cool, that's working. Anything weird or goofy, like really strange bugs, or just a fun time programming with other people? Goofy bugs. I wish I had like actually remembered, because obviously I worked on a live game for 2.5 years, and I can tell you there was countless bugs that we had in that game that we fixed. But I'm just gonna try and remember some of them. But I could probably talk about like fun time programming, but I don't know. Like I think maybe it's like it's an all of programmer sort of thing. So like programmers are just natural problem solvers. Like they um, like difficult tasks. And when I first joined Halfbrick, we were like, look, my university degree is like I see it as pretty pointless because a lot of the stuff that I learnt in it didn't get applied in my job. Kind of had to kind of reteach myself better programming fundamentals when I joined the company. But something that was really fun was we implemented it's a thing called PlayFab, but it's basically like an online save system, I guess, but you can just store a lot of data in it. Definitely, that's the biggest like thing that I've implemented, and it was just me and my coworker at the time was Steven, and man, we spent like probably 2 weeks trying to get it up and running. Is kind of like touched so many areas. Like we had to pretty much change the save system because before we implemented, the save system was just all local, local data getting saved to JSON files. So we had to change it so that, I mean, we'd still kept it all in JSON files, and the JSON file then just got submitted to PlayFab, but yeah, kind of had to rework the entire save system to do that. It had a whole authentication flow as well. First time doing anything to with authentication. And there's like a lot of edge cases you have to account for that of like because it was obviously Fruit Ninja's a mobile game is people are constantly opening and closing the app, so there's a lot of edge cases of like people closing the app like mid authentication, or maybe they authenticated like they logged into like let's say the Google Play Store while they were offline, so when they tap back into the game like you need to rerun through the authentication flow. um yeah, it was like such a big undertaking to do all of that work, but that's the sort of work that I love doing, where it's just like you're just locked in on trying to get something work for a couple of weeks. I guess like another story as well. So, what was your degree in? So the full title of my degree was Bachelor of Games and Interactive Environments. My major was in game design. My minor was in software technology, which is like the programming side of things. Um, so it's like, and like all the people that were on my team, they were like went to uni with me as well. Like we were all kind of taken in the same intake at the company, so we all kind of had the same knowledge, which probably worked against us because it'd be cool if all of us had kind of different knowledge that we could all learn with each other then. But oh well. I think the only other thing that so Halfbrick now uses Unity for their games, but they used to have their own in-house engine called Mortar, and Mortar was built in C++, and I think there's still a few games at Halfbrick that still run on that old engine, but most of them have come across to Unity now. And I remember once they got everyone at the company to like go back into the old games, so they could re-release those old games on their new subscription platform that they've got running. And so kind of there was teams of roughly 4 or 5 people going back to the old games, and man, that code, like one, like everyone's like knowledge of C++ was like fairly low because everyone doesn't need to know it anymore, and that was such a struggle trying to go back through all of that old code, and basically everyone had to kind of teach themselves C++ to try and get the games running again. But it was crazy, like those old games that they have so many like big no-nos that you do. Like I was talking before about like making sure you don't have strings hard-coded in code. Their games were littered in that. So this must have been before they did like a lot of localization in games. But like yeah, their versions like would just have strings hard set in code, and it's that's tough. Alrighty, so I think when we add the selected recipe, I think we want to reload the list and load the panel again. It's probably not the most efficient thing, but in terms of bugs, what bugs did we have? I mean, a classic bug, I don't even know if we ever fixed it, but there's just like, when you're working on a live game, like you kind of have like a priority matrix, I guess, of like bugs. So like your high priority bugs are like game breaking bugs, right? Like if this happens, like it really affects the user's experience. So like you really want to fix those ASAP. Then you have low priority stuff, and low priority could be categorized in 2 different ways. Is like one, it's just like it's just like a random visual bug, doesn't really affect the gameplay. It's like not really that noticeable. Or the other way it could be low priority is if it's just like outside the scope of like what a normal user would experience. Um, so because like every game's is filled with bugs if you just know where to look, and like I could think of multiple bugs that we could get to happen in the game, but it's just like we don't expect a normal player to ever see those sort of bugs. But one was like if you could like perfectly time the screen transitions and like slice one of the menu fruit at the same time, you could spawn 2 screens at the same time. So then there's just like menu fruits all over the screen. Um, we never fixed that bug. It's still in the game. But yeah, it's just It does happen. Like people will somehow like get that bug to trigger accidentally, but it's very few number of people that it's just like we don't want to spend too much time, too much dev time trying to fix this bug when it's like realistically it's like 0.1% of your player base. But yeah. Cool. The tick loads automatically. You can see selected recipes went up. We come across to this guy. Cool. And we can remove it. Oh, the remove button's not working. It's removing it from the list, but it's not updating the rest of the thing. So did I not add it to the second method? Yeah, I think I only added it to the add recipe, didn't I? Yeah, absolute clown. Yeah, we run it back. Cool, that's all that functionality done. Well done, well done. When playtesting another streamer's game jam, I was able to stack upgrades and have like 30 hearts and reach speed so fast that collision would no longer work. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. I think I was talking about it yesterday. It was probably with Stubby, or it might have been one of the other chatters I had in here. But yeah, you always miss a lot of bugs as a developer because obviously you know how the game's meant to be played. So when you're doing your tests, you're probably playing in an optimized way of like, okay, I know. Let's use like a a platformer as an example. It's like, okay, well I know to get through this area, I need a double jump, wall jump, or whatever it is to get through this area. And when you're testing it, like you might do like a few edge case things, but for the most part, you're kind of playing in the optimal way. Where, yeah, when you get people play testing, it's like they don't know the optimal way to go through something, so they're going to be experimenting and doing other things, and it's like it's through that you're actually going to find the game-breaking bugs. Like I can have the best example of that is like Stubby's the like the admin of the speedrunning community for my game, the two of us, and like the amount of bugs that those runners found in my game of just like ways to just break the game, I'm just like, oh man, I would have never even thought that these things existed. That's why like, yeah, playtests are so valuable of getting other people in there because they're just gonna think differently and you're gonna get good data from that. So all right, so I can go ahead and test that these numbers are going to update. The two, I know we've already checked that the stock works, but let's double check that the amounts work on these. So I was doing this in the test method in here. So let's say chicken is going to be 1. You can leave that at 2. That can be 3. That could be 4. And let's count backwards from the other ones. So let's make it go 4, 3, 2 for the amounts. Oh man, I'm just thinking there's so much functionality in this panel that I haven't implemented yet. Okay, we can see that that did not work properly. And that did not work properly. It did get increased to 4. cause of that is. It's this, I think. No, that's only adding the stock. Ingredient 4, 3, 2, 1. So for some reason, I'm assuming it's this, somehow it's the last value is the only one that's getting red. So I'm just going to change that to 6 to confirm that. But it looks like we're going to be up for some more debugging. Yeah. What if it's just my initialize thing that I broke and didn't reference properly? So it's the amounts text that we're currently breaking for each item. Okay. Yeah, I know why that's happening. Bad use of a for loop. So we're going through and changing, so the I text, so we're changing all of the elements to be, because it's going through this loop, it's just going to be whatever the last item is. So that's why it's getting set to 6. So I think the reason I did a for each loop is I wanted to do a compare. So I wanted to go if maybe we go ingredient name. It's not a great thing to. Is equal to item dot ingredient dot. Are you kidding me? Oh, okay. Wait, I can just go the ingredient itself, right? And underscore ingredient equals the ingredient. Cool. If it equals the ingredient, then do this. I just forgot this if statement, I'm pretty sure. So let's go back up here. Go back up to this guy. Change this guy back to 4. And let's see if we fixed it. One, 2, 3, 4, and then the next one should go 4, 3, 2. 4, 3, 2. Nice, 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 nice. All right. So let's do the ability to increment the amounts. So, and this is why I was almost wanting to make those stock items individual. But I guess we could still set it up in a way that it does it all from the recipe panel as well. It just makes the code base longer. That's fine. Okay. Just come down here. I probably should set up like regions if this thing's going to get huge or not. Let's just go ingredient increments. Incrementation, yeah, just say increments. And region. Alright, so in here, we're going to create tons of public methods. Public void, increments, ingredient 1. So I'm gonna just work on the first one because then I think I can just copy paste the end, like them across all of them, and then we're also gonna have a public void decrement. Is that a word? Sometimes I'm just like coming up with things and I think it's not even a. Yeah, decrement is a word. Reduction or cool. Ingredient 1. There's some words that just, they don't sound like words. I don't know if you have it, Max. Whenever you're coding, like you just look at words for too long and the words just start looking like not words. Like because I have like so many things in here that are like just the same word over and over again. I think for me it's like recipe. It's like when I've been working on the project too long, I look at the word recipe and I'm like, that is not a word. All right. Increment 1. A book. Oh, that's a good one. I rate that. Okay, so this is returning us a list of ingredients. And that's gonna give me the ingredient itself. We only care about the amount. So, okay, so what are we doing with the amount? So this is increasing. I think this is probably where I want to have maximum ingredient count. So let's add that to a script I have not edited for a while. Our game constant script. We can have like ingredient caps, maybe. Kind of always like 3, to be honest. Sure, Can have some recipes and it rolls 0, maybe. I really like that. Nah, let's make it just roll 1. We can change that at a later date if we need to. So if recipe amount is less than game constants dot ingredient max, yep, I remember having struct data as part of a list. It does not like being edited. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. It just means we need to make a new ingredient data. Recipe data. Ingredient equals new ingredient dot ingredient is equal to ingredient, and then you go ingredient dot amount is equal to and then I think you reset this to 0 equals ingredient. I think that's how you've got to do it. So that's how we increment. And then every time we increment as well, we want to be incrementing the ingredient text amounts 0 dot text equals I think that's it. Adds that. But we probably need to do something in there to check against stock. But maybe we can actually have that on the add recipe button. Oh man, there's so many things going on in this panel. I think this is probably one of the more involved panels, probably why I'm starting with it. Let's just do a to-do for it for now. We'll just get it up and running and then come back to a to-do. Add functionality for checking against stock. Okay. And now we can copy this into the decrement. Change this to be greater than the min number. You just leave that there, it's fine. Ingredient -1. Okay, now we can do this multiple more times. I wonder actually if I can optimize this better. There is a way that I can make this better, I think. I think if I pass in an int, let's call it number. There's then we put number in all of the zeros. Already optimizing, that's good. Almost forgot this one, this one. Okay, I'm pretty sure if you have an int, like an easy variable like that, you can actually set that in the inspector. So if we come to open up Allmate, and let's just clean up all of this to make it a bit more readable for a second. Close the footer, don't need you. Mount parent, stock parent, okay. That's all of them, so on the... Huh, I never make these buttons. That is incredible. Okay, I guess I'll make them all buttons. Decrement ingredients. Positive, positive, positive. Increment ingredients. Alright, so... I think it goes 1, 2, it goes across, right? So, yeah, okay. So you're going to remain at 0. Actually, I'll probably do both of them at the same time, right? Yeah, 0. You're going to be 1. You're going to be 2. And you're going to be 3. Look at that. Woo! That actually saves the data as well. Man, that's so cool. So, I could actually test... If I have it at 1, have both of them at 1. I haven't done the profit yet, I can do that next. If we add both of these recipes, we can see what gets ordered, but either it gets to sold out and the other one still has stock, or they both get decremented. Actually, no, all 3 customers will probably be able to get served this time. So if we, I should implement that close button at some point. Do this, and let's just pop these guys active straight away, and they should start just working. Ordered, we happy. Ordered, we happy. Food was ordered, we aren't as happy, so he had to reorder. So we should be sold out of one item, and the other item should have 1 for all of its stock. Goodbye, sir. So recipe 1 still has 1 in stock. This other thing is sold out. Let's go. Cool. Glad that works. I'm gonna implement that close button right now. Header, exit button. Cool. Let's have a way to open and close now. That's cool. That's cool. Wait. Oh, that's a goof. How did that happen? Didn't break anything? No, cool. Alright, so that's the amount set up. The stock is set up. Recipes, filling the list. The tick's done, so it's just the profit now. And I'm so glad I'm actually like implementing things properly. I mean, like I have to, but it's like something that there's like a lot of bugs that were created on the prototype. That was just due to me writing just yuck code. Like I think functionally, like it all still worked, but there'd be like some visual bugs that would occur. But the way I'm using like that data source now, that it's always like reading from a stored set of variables. Because I think like the way I was like cheating last time, I was doing it all through configs, and it's like the biggest no-no to ever do is like never alter values on configs. Like the configs should just be like I mean, I guess like you can store some things. Like I've already got like whether it's unlocked is stored on the config, and that's fine to store that. But like I was setting like the amounts, like these amount stuff was on here. I'm pretty sure no, I don't think the stock was on there, but the profit was on there. Yeah, it's just a real shit show. But yeah, I'm glad that it's actually working now. It's going to work. Profit. Well, I feel like now that I didn't have multiple of those regions, like do I really need to hide it behind a region now? It's clean, why not? So in here we want a public void increment profit. Don't think we need anything in that. We just have a public void decrement profit. So this is where we need to I mean, we know if the recipe is loaded, we know that the recipe exists. So do we just go recipe data source, feed in the config, recipe config increment? That'd be cool if that was actually a thing. I didn't actually get what we needed for recipe data, and then we had a profit data set up, didn't we? Yeah, recipe profit data, m_, recipe config. So this is giving us an int ++. Negative. So we do need a check in here if is greater than 0. Decrement. I know I do need a set of max profits, so maybe we chuck that in some game constants, ingredient caps, have profit caps, but it's like, it's not a constant variable is the thing, because the profits that go up as your store becomes more popular, you're able to increase profits, so it's technically not always a cap, so I probably need some functionality where it's just like, there is a cap, but then there's like internal functionality of just like, okay, it's cap plus cap A rating sort of thing. So I can at least set like a hard cap. Profit max equals, let's call it 4 for now. Alright, so that's going to be able to set up the profits. So let's go in and sign that in the inspector now. Oh. Profit. Negative button, positive button. Okay. Decrement profit. Increment profit. Button not working. Button not working. Oh wait, no, it is working. I just didn't have I didn't set up updating the text. Silly. Can I just rip that from one of these? Profit text. Probably should add some like animation to the button clicks at some point. Just like, I don't know, like a little scale press or something like that. And then tint all the objects. I know the tint's technically there by default, but maximum of 4, minimum at 0. Let's leave this one at 4. Leave this one at 2. Just go back between the two of them. Cool, it's working. Another thing ticked off. Alright, what's the time? 10:40. It's time to stand up. Sit down for too long. It's like slowly get up with it. Sure, that'll work. AM or PM? AM. 10:43 AM. It's Australian Eastern Standard Time. But yeah, I guess I've been streaming for almost 3 hours, so I think I should at least stand up for a little bit. Cool, so that's a lot of that panel functionality done. So I guess we can hit the to-dos to check the stock. But I think the way I want it to work is if you don't have the stock for what it's currently, it's... So let me just open the panel so like I can envision what I want to do here. It's kind of two ways that I'm thinking it could work. It could be, so if your amounts are set, let's just use this example, they're all set to 3, but your stock is at, let's say, 2, is either two things can happen. Either it automatically unselects the recipe, and then you have to go in, alter, if you want to, alter the amounts to be under the stock amount and add it back, or it stays selected but you just can't start the day. I guess the way that my flow is set up at the moment is this panel isn't automatically open, so if you're clicking start day you'd need a prompt, which adds a bit more clutter, so maybe it's better if it does instantly unselect. Both ways still are going to annoy the player, so you need to explain it somehow. But okay, so if that's the case, so I think that means technically we don't need to check against the stock. It's going to be adding the ingredient. We're going to have to check all of the stock, all of the amounts against the stock, so you're not able to add an ingredient. So you can remove that. So when we have, so it's the add recipe in here is where we want to be doing the check. This is already getting to be a pretty long thing. There we go, and move it to a new line. And this is where we want like a check stock sort of function. I know I technically do have a check stock function in the cafe manager. I wonder if I can reuse it. Check stock, and because we're getting the amount, I think I can. So we can just do cafe manager check stock. That's really easy. Manager.instance.check stock, and we need to feed in the config. So we can test that straight away to see if it's going to work. But I think the problem is like, so I'm going to have some sort of feedback that if there was too many selected recipes, it wiggles the recipes thing to just like, you've got too many selected, but now this is going to be a separate issue of you're not enough stocks. That's why I'm thinking maybe it shouldn't be all part of the same if statements, then we can control it properly. Yeah, let's do that. So remove you. So that handles that animation, and then we can have another one in here if, get rid of the you, if cafe manager checks stock. Nested if statements are a bit gross, but else animation highlighting the stock. So this should work straight away. Bold assumption, but it should. So we can test this with, let's say test recipe, we're going to use the exact amount of all of that stuff, and then this one we're going to go one higher than all of them. So this one we should be able to add, and this one we shouldn't. It worked. God, I love it when things just work. And then if we drop them down to 2, we now can add it. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Alright, so let's try set up the thing to automatically remove it from being selected if you don't have enough stock. So the use case of this flow is this will get applied at the start of every day. So you can start a day, even if you know that you've only got enough stock to make one, you can start the day for that, and it's going to remain on your menu, and that's when you get the thing that was popping up in the debug log saying like they had to reorder. That happens, but on the next day, if you don't have the ingredients for it, it's not in stock. So it means probably don't want to do it on enable. We're probably going to have a public thing that we can call, because I'm assuming we're eventually going to have like a day manager or something like that, is like setup day or something like that. So in here is probably where we're going to want to go through all of the selected recipes. I know it doesn't like being removed from a list, is the thing. Oh, but I guess it comes through and it checks against, when we're loading the list, it checks if they are. No, it's checking if they're unlocked. But it's whether they're selected, whether they get the tick. Oh man, oh man. Okay, so I think we do for each var recipe in I think we just go through. It's probably going to be inefficient to do this. Yeah, I think because you only want to change the selected recipe, so yeah, I don't think it's actually worth doing that. Let's go cafe manager dot instance dot. We don't actually have. Maybe we should go through. I don't know if this is actually going to work. Recipe data source. Selected recipe data. Because what if we do recipe? What is recipe? Key value. If yeah, okay, so this is what we want to do, check stock. So if cafe manager instance dot check stock of recipe dot value. Okay, that doesn't work. Oh no, it's recipe key. I'm just cooked. Recipe key. If we have the stock, it's good. We don't need to change it. Okay, so we do if it's false. If we don't have the stock, recipe dot value equals false. Can I do that? No. So selected recipes stores all recipes. Yeah, okay, so we're good. So go recipe key equals false. I think that's good. So then so then after we set up the day, we probably just want to run init. I mean, and it's going to get loaded, so this happens end of day. And then when you open the panel back up, it's going to automatically do init, so maybe we technically don't need it. I'll leave it there for now. Just be like, maybe you don't need this. So when it does, it's going to come in here, it's going to clean up the list, it's going to go through, and it's going to add whether it's selected recipe counts. So I think the problem that we've got at the moment is, yes, we're clearing it from the recipe data source, but it's not cleaning itself up from best viewers. Wow, that is a ban. Goodbye. We're not clearing it from the cafe manager selected recipes. Okay, so I think the thing that we actually do here, because I'm pretty sure I'm setting up this selected data thing. Was it doing it in the recipe list? Yeah. So I'm adding every recipe in the game to this list, but it just has a true or false value. So this is going through everything, and at the moment it was going to be checking everything. So I think we just have an if statement. Go if. No, I'm already in an if statement, you clown. Pop an and. So if it was currently true, just for the sake of me being able to read it, if it was true, but we now don't have the stock, we're going to be setting it to false. And then we're also going to be calling the cafe manager instance. What did I call it? Unselect or deselect. Deselect recipe key. Okay, and that's going to remove it out of the selected recipes. And then it does its normal init stuff, and I think that's it. I think that's it. Yeah. Because you can't. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Brain's just not working. Can't really test this because I don't have the day flow yet, but I think that's it. Okay, so if that's done, I mean, let me just look at the panel and see if there's anything that I'm missing that I don't think I've implemented properly yet. Stock's working, changing the stock's working, removes itself, profit's working, add removes working, selected recipe counts working. I think that might be all of the functionality. So now we can bring it back to the save system. So this is something I haven't actually shown on stream yet, but we've got a save system set up. So do I even have, I mean, it would be open in the script, wouldn't it? save system. Yeah, so at the moment I've got it it's set up in a way that it can save all of it. I probably need to edit the data that I'm actually saving at the moment because I've probably added some more custom types that I haven't worried about. So I'll just show you how it works at the moment. App data %. Is it local that it gets saved? We'll find out. Should have F for flow state. Not this one, so maybe it is the other one. Flow state games, Cafe Haven. So we have save slot 1. Pretty sure I've only ever been loading into save slot 1. At the moment I've got the ability to create 3 different save slots. But yeah, it creates it to a save file. Not that it's actually that readable, because it does open it into binary. But yeah, so it does save all the things, but the values themselves actually get put into binary. But yeah, so I needed to initialize all the data for that recipe config now, or the recipe staff panel, and just check that that's working. Hang on a sec. Alrighty. Yeah, okay, so lost my train of thought now. Save data, save data, save data. How am I going to rip that out? I mean, I probably should just check what save data I've actually got at the moment. So, where have I got it saved? Save system. Game data, game save data maybe? Okay, here we go. So I think it's recipes. So selected data recipes we've kind of touched on. Don't have perfect recipes. Recipe status is what we've touched on. And I think we've got stock to manage here as well. Expenses, revenue. Haven't touched any of those yet. Okay, so I did actually have this all written down in a notepad somewhere, so I've just got to try and find where I've put all the save data. It's probably you. So where was I saving profit data, I wonder? I combined that. I should probably not even look at this. I should look at what I've got it saved as up here, because I think I actually, yeah, there you go. I actually did my job for me. Recipe status stores the amount of ingredients you have per recipe and the profit you have set. How did I do that? So it's a 2D array. How did I even think that was going to work? I need to draw this one down as well. I mean, I'll rip a fat paint.net. Let's go. Let's go paint. So everyone doesn't get flashbanged, I'll turn it to black. So recipe status. Is an int to the int array. So I'm assuming the O value, this guy, let's just say put A, B. So I think A is just going to be 0, 1. It's just the amount of recipes, right? So we're just going to go through every recipe in the list. Yeah, okay. A equals the recipe, and then, so A's the length. Of recipes. Should get like a pen tablet so I don't look as scuffed, but not that my handwriting would look any better anyway. And B's length is going to be, if we're wanting to store the amounts you have selected per recipe and the profit you have set. That is tough. That is tough. Because that can be up to 4, so this is a variable that can change. But maybe we just initialize the 4th one as 0, so it doesn't actually read anything. Okay, so that means it needs to be 4 for all the recipes, and if we're storing profit in there as well, it's going to be 5 long. B equals 4 times ingredients plus profit. That's a word. Yeah. Yep, sure. Profit. Absolute clown. Okay, so if we were referencing what it would actually look like, 0, 1, 0, 0 would be, let's say, this is for the chicken burger. So we have chicken amount. 0, 1 is going to be, what's the second on the list? Mayo. Mayo amount. 0, 2 is going to be, I think it's cheese actually, but it doesn't actually matter for the thing. Lettuce amount. Barely legible. 0, 3 is going to be cheese. And 0, 4 will be profit. So it means this has the potential to be equal to 0. Which I think's fine. Okay. I think I get what I'm doing. Kind of. Alright. So where are we going to initialize all of this data? Probably the recipe list. Because this is where I'm already setting up all of this stuff. Let's go, private void load data. So the game save data? No. So it's going to be game data is a dude. Have we made this an instanced object? We have. So game data instance is where we're going to be ripping all of our data from. Let's just go data equals cool, another viewbot person. You can instantly get yeeted out of the chat. Goodbye. Instance, just rip one of those. Cool. So means realistically the recipe list probably could be called recipe data, but that's okay. We can live with that. So if we want to do the recipe status first, proceeds to yeet him. Yeah, he got yeeted. Get out. Instantly saw it pop up in the corner of my eye. You're gone, mate. Get out of here. Do you reckon it's like an actual person that's coming in and like posting that, or do you reckon someone's just got like some like bot that's just set up to just go through any low viewer channels and just instantly paste their message in? I could probably avoid it if I'm pretty sure I can change like the Twitch chat requirements to be like a verified account or something like that. I don't really like doing stuff like that, but probably removes those people. That, or I can just ban links from getting posted unless you're like a VIP or something. I don't know. Alright. Alright, you're right. Really trying to work out. So we're loading data here, we're not saving data. So if we're only loading, it means we've already got... let's just call it... What were we calling this? Is recipe status. Recipe status equals data dot get recipe status. And this is... probably going to need to use a normal for loop maybe. So if int I is less than... Man, it's been so long since I've worked with 2D arrays. I think that's right. So recipe data source is local data only. So this, when we're calling load data for the first time, it's always going to be empty. We're doing different things in here, aren't we? Yeah. Okay, so we're going to be calling recipe data source recipe data add. Even I don't know what I'm doing. You need to be pulling from this guy. And what is recipe data? It's got a list of ingredient data. So recipe data source dot ingredient data. Ingredient data equals new ingredient data. So in here, do we loop through or do we just hard set things? Because it won't actually have a fourth. Yeah, I think we actually need another for loop now. So for int j. Well, j is less than actually recipe I dot ingredients dot length. Oh, count. Okay. Really racking my brain as to what I'm doing here. So I think we go. No, we need to create a list. I think. Ingredients data equals new list of ingredient data, and then we create a new one of these. I mean, there's only one way to see if it's going to work, is just to fucking rip it and hope for the best. Oh man, my brain is just not on. Yeah, okay, so we're getting the ingredient from U, J, ingredient, okay, and then ingredient data amount, we're getting from the recipe list. No. No, that's right. No, but dude, I'm so fried. Recipe status. This is doing it per recipe. So we only want the recipe, we don't want the recipe to be changing. Yeah, but I don't think the amount's stored in the recipe status, so it's recipe status I amount. That's right, you don't need to do like that, do you? Oh, you do, okay. So recipe status, what is recipe status? Is the data recipe status, which is it's just that, I think. So it's going to go through each of the ingredients and add it in. Man, brain is not on. And then we want ingredients data dot add ingredient data. Like I think that's it. Well, I'm just going to need to test it because no idea whether it's going to be true or not. But alright, just keep going. Just keep going. What's going to happen? Breaks. Oh no, we still need to add the profit data. So for each of the things in here, and then we're also needing to do recipe data, profit data. We need to feed in the config. Equals recipe status I5. No, I4. Right, that's what I had written down. Okay, so that's how we get the profit data. Oh, god damn. God damn. Sure. I mean, so what else was I trying to set up from in here? Game save data. Selected recipes now we need to do. So we've done recipe status, haven't done stock. I mean, maybe I can ignore stock for now and just do selected recipes and see how we go from there. So come back to the recipe list. I'm gonna pop a region in here for a bit more readability. And region, cool, close that off. Selected recipes. So in selected recipes, we're now going to want a var. Oop, hello. Var. Selected recipes equals game data. No, that's, I've already saved that. Oh, hello. Data dot get selected recipes. Selected recipes is an int array. Okay, this is different. Storing what recipes you have selected in your cafe. I think it's going to be, the length is whatever we have the selected recipes to, so it could be 1, could be up to 8, and then the value, it's an int array, so whatever's in there is going to be the recipe ID. So recipe ID, just think recipe ID. For int I equals 0, well, cool, love a little IntelliSense there. But selected, to do read from save data. Okay, that's what we're doing at the moment. But it's going to have every recipe. But we just want it to be a true or false value. Maybe this is just a bad way to implement it. I don't know, I can refactor it later. I think it's still going to work for what I wanted to do. So I think we actually do something different here. So I think we're doing another 4 and a 4. So we go recipes dot count. It's going to be, and then 4 int j equals, while I is less than selected recipes dot length j plus plus, and we're going to do a compare in here. So it's going through every recipe. No, it shouldn't be doing recipes count. It should be going through the selected recipe data, maybe. While I is less than selected recipe data dot count. So in here, really racking my brain as to how this is meant to look. So I think if we go if recipe I dot key okay, maybe we change this to be a for loop, for each loop, sorry. Go for each var recipe in like that, and then we can make this a for I now. Dot key. Key. Dot. Oh no, I'm not referencing the right thing. If you go recipe dot key is a config dot. I think we have a recipe ID, right? Yep, cool. Recipe ID is equal to selected recipes J. So it's going to go through all the ones we've got saved. If they're the same, it means that it's true. Except it's not J, it's I. Okay, so that means we're going to go through all of the recipes that are in the selected recipe data, which are all initialized at false. Then we're looping through all of the selected recipes that are in the save file. When we're looping through all of those, if the recipe ID is in the selected recipes, it's now selected and it's getting set to true. I think that's correct. Oh my lord, oh my lord. So that's the loading of the data done. Now we do need a save data from in here. So we're going to go private void. This actually might need to be a public, but it's fine. Save data. Okay, well we need to save all of the recipes. Man, there's just so much data to deal with. I'm pretty sure we've got a set recipe status. And we're creating a new, we're resaving over the top of it. So sketchy, but okay. So here we're going to want the same as you. Let's create a region. You're going to try something. What are you going to try, Max? Oh, I'm going to, or just me. Or am I going to try something? I'm just like rambling. Oh, he's sending through a header file. Game age. It partially worked. What were you trying to do with it? Oh, I hit the character limit. I don't even know what the character limit is for a Twitch message. Just wanted to goof around. Fair enough. I respect it. .500 character limit. There you go. So you're just posting the header file for creating your game window, by the looks of it. Setting its boundaries. Alright. Been standing for long enough, I can sit back down now. Fucking legs are gonna start getting sore. It's like shrinking on the camera. Alright, so yeah, that was the first part. I actually have like 20 something functions in that file. I'm like, god damn. So I guess like I have a question for you. Like, considering you're writing it all from scratch, like, are you like kind of all self-taught programming, or have you studied in programming to learn all that? You make chunky files. Man, at my last job, looking at one of their old projects, they had like one script that controlled majority of the game, and that thing was like 40,000 lines long or something. Like, crazy. Man, self-taught doing all that? You're a psycho. But I respect it. I respect it. Alright. Save data. So for each recipe in here, Quack the Ripper, thank you for the follow, much appreciated, truly. Smorger, thanks for the follow, can probably guess who that is. Much appreciated, very good, very good. That's gonna mean like we're 1/5 of the way now for the follow thing required for affiliate. Let's get it. thinking? Recipes counts. We're going to be going through the recipes length. So for each of the recipes in there, we need to be pulling out the length. Status is getting everything. Man, my brain is just already shutting down. It's hard work working for 4 hours a day. It's so tough. Okay, so we need to pull from the recipe data source, recipe data, recipes I. Wait, we don't even need it. Oh no, we do. Actually, where are we setting this recipe data up? That's probably the thing I should be more concerned about. Is that just in my temp stuff? Recipe data source. Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna run into problems eventually, but for now it's going to work as I want it to. So if we come back into the recipe list, I'm just gonna put set up data source. We'll also need to init the recipe data. Cool. But for now, this will work. Exactly how you code what you just like write a comment, just like get to that later. It's just like, for me, it's just like, I used to be the person that like I would stop what I'm doing and then work on initializing that, and like I would then just go down such a deep rabbit hole of what I was initially trying to do that it's just like then I'd forget where I was up to. So it's just like, yeah, I'm trying to do better at just like leaving comment and then staying focused on the exact thing that I was trying to work on. So recipe data returns a list. Exactly, Stubby. Exactly. That's what I used to be like, and that's what killed so many personal projects for me. Is just like I would start doing stuff like that, and I'm just like endless, and like I'm 10 to 20 scripts away from what I was trying to initially implement, and it's just horrible. So we're actually creating a list here. So maybe we do. I'll take out one of these. So we're creating that for each recipes, and I think this is where we want the second for loop now. Ingredients data.count j++. So I think, oh man, I'm really excited just to see everything break. Recipe said the fact that I'm like, this is probably easy the most technical thing I'm doing today, and I'm doing it like at the end of my like official day is just that's so dumb. But at least if I get most of it done now, I can crack back into it tomorrow, or maybe I run into it this afternoon. Maybe if I get bored. Yeah, excited to see, but I guess yeah, I actually would be excited to see this working, but I just need to make sure that like whenever I implement like big things, like I've been doing all this work today on that recipe panel, is I just need to make sure it's all talking to the save system I've got implemented, because if I implement the whole game, then have to go back and redo things for the save systems, like I might need to change things, and it's like doing things twice. But it would be very cool to see all this working, like for sure, 100%. Recipe status IJ equals ingredients data J dot amount. I think that's all I need to save on that. And then after all of that's done, man, this is just all gonna break, but it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. And then we want to go data.set recipe status. Oh man, it's gonna be wrong, but have faith, have faith, have faith. What were we calling this other one? Oh, this is recipe status. Okay, but we also need to set the profit. So recipe status I5 equals recipe data sort. Wrong thing. Recipe profit data recipes I. And then that should be it. Okay, then we can do region selected recipes end region this one's just an int array. Selected recipes equals new int array m underscore. Ugh. We're only storing the selected recipes in this, aren't we? Yeah, okay. And I'm pretty sure it's the cafe manager that's holding this. And it's currently public. Ugh, but I know that's temporary. Okay, let's make a getter. Because that variable is eventually going to be private. Get selected recipes count for int I equals this, while I is less than selected recipes length I plus plus. Okay, that also should be it. Since you're doing everything from scratch, save systems, put the fear of God in me. Yeah. That's why, like, when I first spun up this project, I set up my save system straight away. Even though I'm probably going to build onto it, is like, I wanted to make sure that from everything I did from the prototype, I knew, like, roughly what all the data types that I needed and put them down, so it gave me the chance to think about how I'm going to set up the project. And obviously there's going to be things that get added to it, but yeah, wanting to get that in from the start, because I think if you try to do a save system at the end, yeah, it's like, oh, you're basically going to be rewriting your whole project, and God, I feel for you. um, Alright, so we're not going to have stock data. Like, I think technically the save and loading for what I want to get done is complete now, but debug fake data. Woo, 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 woo. On destroy. Wonder what I was trying to do with that. Save. What are my normal stream times? So Monday to all in Australian Eastern Standard Time. Monday to Thursday, 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. If you have a look at my Twitch, I might even try pull it up so it's up here. So if I go my channel, pause that. I don't even know how to operate my own Twitch channel, so that's going to be real handy. What if I think if I click on here? Here we go. So if you come across to my schedule, it should Restream test. What's that? Should have my schedule in here, and it should localize the time to. Maybe it does. It should localize the time to whatever time zone you're in. But yeah. I think this is the first time I've used the schedule feature, to be honest. And I figured it's probably the most convenient thing for me to set up, just so if anyone does pop in, it's easy to know when I'll be streaming until it's more of a common occurrence, but yeah. Oh, recipe list. Let's make this public. Public void, save data. This will be really cool if this works just like first go. Doubt it, but. So it's going to get saved first, then it's going to save it to this. It's not on recipe list. Load is we can probably do that on start just to make sure everything's initialized properly. Let's see what breaks. Oh, I can already see something is going to break. Is because I've already got a save file that exists. And it doesn't have any of this data. I think it's just going to instantly come up that the data's null and be very unhappy with me. But look, we will tackle that as it comes. This is where I'm expecting Unity to crash, to be honest. If there's any point today where it's going to crash, it'll be now. Yep, so recipe data broken at line 48. It's because recipe status get recipe status is null. Is that what it's saying? Oh, it's because I like. Yeah, I mean, like I said, this is where we're going to come across multiple issues. I don't think recipe status is technically ever set up properly. So on start, it inits. If the save slot exists, load. If we load, we come into here and grab this. If not, we save. If save system is save game. Do we even save system this? Oh, that's what that is. It's if the save slot is initialize all the data for the first time, which we definitely have not set up. For the sake of trying to get it up and running, I'm kind of... We still ripping that? Else save fake data. Kind of. And this is what I mean about doing save systems last. I don't know if I'm going to get it all done today. Let's just try and initialize the data we have, or we need. So we've got m underscore selected recipes equals new int array let's just rip it at 2 for now, just because we know it's going to instantly chuck a dude to do on this, to do remove magic number. I'm going to say plural because we're about to do it again. Recipe status equals new int array. We only have 2 recipes and it can be 5 big. So I need to delete. I mean, so much bad stuff is about to happen still, I think. Delete that save file I had before. Slot 1 gone. Who is .save? Delete you as well. I don't know what you are. So now we've initialized these properly that it should load. Yeah, we still got problems. Wicked, wicked. So what save file did that just create? Yeah, okay, so it's creating the incorrect save file for what we actually want. And that's because I deleted the save file, now that I think about it. Where I just initialized all that data was if the save file exists. So what we're going to do is go into a scene that I have not opened for a while. Still caused an error. Rip. Index, yeah, we're just littered with problems, but that's okay. So now we should have save slot 1. Recipe status, selected recipes. They exist in the save file, but... So what was the problem with this? Index out of range exception. Index was outside the bounds of the array. What's the reason for that? Recipes count. Recipes profit data. Should be right. Okay, I guess I can debug that part at least and see what's wrong with it. Recipe status 2.5. Do I have a GED? So not like a big strict one. I'll give you a little bit of spill on that. I've got like the smallest GDD, just of like little things that I kind of planned for it. But I've never been a fan of big GDDs. That's why I only made like a little one pager. Because maintaining a GDD, while it's a skill, and I know it is looked upon favorably by like studios and stuff like that, is just like, if I'm constantly diving into a GDD, it's like I'll lose my mind. But I create like that little one pager, and this is like what I always this is what I always go to, of like, okay, do I feel like I'm getting out of scope? Am I doing something that's more than what I initially set out to do? I can look back on this, because I guess, Max, you're probably, being new to the stream, is like, I'm trying to get this game shipped in 6 months, so I'm trying to keep my scope as small as possible. So I created that small little GDD as a way to reference. I'm like, okay, this is what I think is doable in 6 months. So whenever I start seeing that I'm building stuff that it's more than that, I'm like, okay, well, that needs to get cut for now. Might be able to do it at the end. Like if I get everything built and I've still got a month or so left, I was like, okay, maybe I can add in an extra feature, but that's just sticking to that for the bare minimum. Can I make a course on coding? I would pay for that shit, man. You could probably get much better bang for your buck. With other people, it's like, my programming knowledge isn't that great. I do enough to get by, but when did I start? Basically, start of a bit after the start of last month, so I'm a month in. So in the first month, I did all my prototyping to get everything I needed. But yeah, so I've basically left myself 5 months to build the rest of the game. Gonna be pretty tight. At the moment, like, I'm only doing like 4-hour days, but I know that's going to pick up eventually. But I'll probably maybe do it off stream. I don't know. I might extend stream times when I start needing to work faster. But count to. It's 2.5, so it does exist. Equals recipes 2, yeah. It did die straight away. Okay, index was outside the bounds of the array. I is currently 0. Like, I definitely exists. Oh, 5. I see where my mistake is. That should be 4. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So I wonder if I did that up here as well. I did it correct up there. Clown. Absolute clown. Alright, so we run it back. Wicked. So what did we just die on? Line 96. Recipe data is... Oh, I can see what's happening. I'm not using the correct... I should be using the recipe list, not that. So everywhere where I'm doing referencing that recipes, see recipe list, recipe list, recipe list. I think it was just there. Okay, let's see what breaks this time. Oh, has hit 12, but I'll do like my last little debugging on this before hopping off for the day. Just to see if it is going to require a lot more rework or whether it's just a few bug fixes away from working. I know there's like one error that I'm getting line 48 of something on init, but see, it doesn't like that, but we can deal with that one at a later date. Profit, add, remove, close. Bang, we died again. Let's find out where we died. Was it really on that same thing as before? 96. Dying on you. I think what I actually mean is I do very well with a mentor and you're very personable. Ah, gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, well, I mean, you know, you said you were learning code and wanting to do like your own sort of game development stuff. So like, if you ever do get stuck or like want to ask any questions about anything or like how I would implement something, like feel free to reach out. Like I'm happy to try and spread the knowledge as well. Okay, so your index out of array, recipe status length. Okay, well we're gonna need to debug it. Okay, look, I'll give it until 1:15, so that's in 12 minutes. If I can't debug it till then, it's going to be an off-stream debug after I eat some lunch because I'm getting hungry. Alright. I mean, it's very likely that it's like this is what's killing it at the end, but so we're debugging that. So just setting these variables just so I know that I've like done something with these, so if it does somehow save, I know if it is going to save properly. Yep, here we go, popped open. So this should work on the first time round. It does. Okay, so now we're... Whoa, recipe status is length 10. I can already tell you that that's not correct. Oh! Yeah, alright, fair call. It is length 10 because there is 10 entries in it, but we only care about the 0, 1. Yeah, that's my bad. Yeah, that is definitely my bad. So... because the way that this works, we're always going to be getting all of the data, so we can do recipes count. Which means we probably need to do that in here as well. Right. Recipe status, length. Zero breaks again. Just check. Just keep seeing what breaks. It's debugging 101. Alright. I mean, there's a very likely chance that like my save file that I have is just going to be hella corrupt now, which I actually can fix really easily because I implemented that button. Still go. Oh, pretty sure that was 48 last time, but I guess I just changed code maybe. I don't know. We'll find out. We run it back. Profit 2. Whoa, we didn't get any errors. Watch out. Watch out, no errors. So it's just that potential error that we have here on the actual initializing. Yeah, definitely didn't save anything in here, so that's fine. So let's... So we've got a little bit of time left, We can check what's breaking in here now. So it's definitely line 56. And it's because it is not set to a reference of an object. Let's debug it. And see what's not set to a reference of an object. Ingredient data. Recipe status is null. That's not good. That's really not good. It's just like, it's not possible to load because the data apparently does not exist. But I thought I set this up. So get recipe status, returns recipe status, and I thought if save slot exists, we are creating something here on a net. Oh, but if we have the save system, it's loading, else save, which means technically should have run, but so if we come into this thing for the first time, we don't hit save until we get into the screen. So let's just confirm that we are going to hit. Oh, wow. I'm cooked, I think. Yeah, I think probably need to just rip this maybe. clear that save file. Six minutes. The clock's on. The clock's on. Trust it's gonna work. We still got an error. So, what is causing that? So you're still null. We're calling this on start. Oh my god. Oh, this is going to be embarrassing. This is going to be embarrassing. I've literally told you guys that this was happening before. I'm referencing an instance thing that I haven't even put into the scene, so it's not possible for it to exist. God, that is embarrassing. That is embarrassing. If this just like works straight away, I'm gonna be so pissed with myself. This is what I get though for like creating scripts, and then like not adding them to the scene, just like getting work done. So it's like, even though like I was doing the right thing, setting up my save system before I did anything else, it then shoots me in the foot because I didn't actually implement it. So that's wicked. That's it. I'm still expecting an error to pop up here. Oh, we got 2 errors now. Woo, let's go. Key not found. Cool. Everything's breaking now. So this is looking like it's a next day angle. And this is why you do save systems at the same time. Because imagine if I like implemented the whole game, and then now I'm like just coming back to put this in and getting all these errors for every bit of my save system. Okay, yeah, it's hella broken. So I think it's like I'm very likely running into race condition stuff now as well, I think. Wait, save data successfully. Yeah, I think the sequence of when people start happening could be in not the correct order, so it might not initialize straight away, but like in the proper order, but yeah, we'll see. Still getting hella. Okay, so you're still not set to anything. Recipe list 103 is not working. So it is trying to do this late. This is in start, and then the other thing's also in start. So as a final ditch effort to see if this is going to work, we'll rip the init in awake, so we know for sure it's getting called before everything else. If it's not working, it's a real sad end to my day. But I mean, once I get this up and running, like, I'll know what the problem is. So when I start implementing like other systems that need to be saved, I'll know what can go wrong. I did delete that save file, didn't I? Yeah. Cool. Still got errors. Love that. Love that. Love that. Woo! Oh, I killed everything by doing that. That's cool. Oh, I broke everything. Okay, well, let's revert that change. Oh man, I do kind of just still want to debug. Save slot exists, load. I mean, let's just rip this in both of them. Try it again, run it back, see what happens. This is when my addictive personality comes in of just like, I want to go eat food, but at the same time, I want to get to the end of this. Save, like I love that it says like save data saved successfully. Yeah, and then it spits out 2 errors. Like I'm sure you did. Alright. Add. Yeah, it's probably not. Stubby, I probably won't be able to eat in peace, and that is the truth. Maybe I extend it a little bit. So I get no errors on app close, which is nice, but nah, we'll debug. We'll debug. We'll see what's going on. Because you're right, I won't be able to eat in peace. So we've got 2 things we want to debug now. Still line 56 apparently is causing issues. And also line 103. They're both in the recipe list. Yeah, okay. Line 103 is also causing issues. So we'll chuck something on him. Attach. Delete you. Don't need to be manually deleting that file. I can just do it from inside Unity, but... Oh man. Ready for a nap, honestly. Brain's cooked. This is what I get for trying to do a save system at the end of my day, honestly. Okay, so... Recipe status is still null, which is not good. So that's the first issue. Okay, so we're going through recipes count, so it's only ever going to go to 2. 0, 1, yeah. Is it because these values, it looks like they haven't been initialized? Okay, what do we die on? Straight away, bang. Key not found, so you're not happy. Recipe data source. Recipe profit data. Wait. Why is save data getting called? Because I'm calling it in here, aren't I? No, I swear I'm only doing it in here. Save data is only getting called on destroy, and we're not destroying anything yet. So why is that happening? I've already lost where I was here. Are we calling like save up here or something? No. Yeah, on destroy. Let's run it back. Run it back. So we've got two problems at the moment, and I'm definitely going until 12:30 today, aren't I? 11 minutes. I call it. I'm gonna be on all day. I just want to get this done. All right. Bang. Okay, so you're definitely getting called. See there. Why is on destroy getting called? Oh my god, I think I know why on destroy is getting called. Because it's only going to be solving one of the issues, I'm pretty sure, but I have a feeling that main menu scene I'm in, does it have its own save system on it? Okay, maybe it doesn't. Maybe I'm was getting cooked at something that isn't actually real. It seems like it's the case. Okay. Then why is that getting called? Sample scene, main menu. Excited to see you tomorrow. Yeah, awesome. Catch you later, Stubby. Haha, I was wrong. I did have the game data manager in here already. That's why it's getting called on destroy, because it's destroying the second instance of it. You absolute clown. So that's going to solve one of the issues. Doesn't solve the second issue, but we take that. 2 issues down to 1 issue. Half my issues. Issues cut by 50%. So I'm really confused as to why he doesn't exist yet. So this is where I think the raise condition could be coming in, and maybe the reason this init was breaking before was because I did have the 2 instances of this thing. Praying. Come on, 8 minutes. I want to eat. I need to eat. Okay, it did break everything again, didn't it? Okay, so it definitely can't be in there. That's fine. I mean, we can go to the get as well and go. Just attach a file to everything and just see what happens. Ah, the joys, the joys. Did I attach? Yep, cool. Pretty confused. I did put breakpoints in here, did I not? Rip and a knit. Oh, I didn't do recipe status. There you go. Attach. So this is the best way that I'm going to be able to see what the order is of everything. Oh, I've just got another key issue. Oh, man. Okay, so recipe status is null. So yeah, race order, race condition. So we've definitely got a race condition now. So I'm assuming it goes top to bottom then. So if I do it like this, it should do it in the correct order. That means out of the managers, the game data manager needs to be the top thing, because that needs to be initialized first, and then everything's going to be getting its info from that. You're still working, so maybe I even rip it to there. I mean, it was actually at the top, so that shouldn't be causing the issue. Like, I'm pretty confused by why that's null. If I can at least solve that issue as to why that's null, would be pretty convenient. So I'm assuming like these aren't ever getting called, right? So on you, come on you when you're ready. This is still getting called first, which shouldn't be happening. Okay, I have no idea how Unity works then, apparently. So I moved Game Data Manager to be above it, and it's not working. Like, I just need it to hit first. That's what I need to happen. Oh my god, I just didn't run anything, man. This is painful. This is the painful part, is like when you don't know what's going wrong. Could I be doing better at debugging this? Yeah, probably. Probably, yeah. Still getting called too early. I don't know, like realistically it does mean that this wrong one. It does mean that this data does need to get initted in Awake. So I think this is the correct thing to do here. And then debug from here what's then killing the rest of the game. This is why I should have had version control, because now the game is broken. Oh god, I'm in for a fun afternoon. I'll fix it all before tomorrow, don't worry. Alright. Okay. So it thinks, okay, the save plot does exist. Okay, so delete that for a second. Let's make it so the save slot doesn't exist. That's probably one of the errors that was just happening then. That would have just saved a file again, wouldn't it? Yeah, it did. Get out of here. Go on, get. Catch you later, Max. Well, I mean, there's probably about time for me to go. If this doesn't work, yeah, it's a after lunch issue. Collection was modified. Okay, so that's a different error, at least. So that's what's it's not happy with, so line 72. For each loop, yep. I'm getting fucking sent by for each loops, man. I need to stop using them. I'm committed. Fuck it. I'm locked in. Let's go. Okay, so what do I do to access the key? Needs reference to the recipe config, and we can get the recipe config from m underscore recipe list I. Recipe ID equals to selected recipes. Oh, I haven't closed it off. That.
recipe ID. Am I high? Is this not a real thing? This should be equaling a recipe config, I think. Oh, it's because I'm getting a bool out of it. That's fair. Oh, fuck me, man. Okay, just think your way through it. So you're looping through all of the selected recipe data. I mean, can I do something that's like selected recipe dot keys? Something like that. Fuck. Oh man. Can I even just think about this abstractly for a second? So we're looping through all of the recipe data that's in there. We only... So what are we saving or loading here? Loading, okay. If selected data dot contains key m underscore recipe list I already wrong. J see what breaks from that. I just wrote code that I don't even know if that shit makes sense.
Please work. Please. I beg you. Okay, that got rid of one of the errors. Oh, yeah, so if recipe data source, I mean, this temp data is breaking it. That's kind of dot contains key. Oh, yuck. Config. If it doesn't contain it. One less error. We go next. Godspeed. I mean, it's good that it's like now it's only the temp data that's breaking it, but I don't know if it actually anything's working. It might just not be spitting out data, but it's just not functional. For all I know. No errors. Look, that's a good start. 0 errors. Okay, already something fucky was happening then. All the states are reversed. But we've set everything to 2, but no selected recipes, so realistically it should die. Let's see what happens when we load. God, we're close. We're so close. Come on. Okay. So it was just spitting out no errors, but it's just not functional. Love that for me. Yeah, so the very interesting thing is that that's happening. Problem for not right now. I am definitely going to fix this after lunch, but I do need to eat. Gonna call it there for the day. We're at 51 minutes overtime. Actually, technically, it's probably 30 minutes. 40, no, still 43 minutes overtime, yeah. Yeah, gonna call it there. Going to go eat lunch. I'll fix this stuff off stream. I'll be live tomorrow, same time. Tomorrow's what? It's Wednesday, yeah, so I've still got 2 more days this week. I'll have that all fixed up, so then tomorrow I'll probably be still working roughly on that same panel, but also the shop panel. So this is like the edit recipe panel, and I'll do the shop panel, so that means I'm setting up how to get all the stock, and that's going to have save data associated with it as well. But yeah, that's going to be it. So I will catch everyone later. I'll see you tomorrow.